think this is too close. That's fine too. So welcome everyone. And this is another day, another working day, day that we'll have to bring out our 6 hours for work. So we are here to do our work and also to observe mindful breaks. So in this space, we teach about how to improve your memory, how to improve your focus, how to improve your attention, because that is where your success lies. Especially if you're a student or a researcher, that is where your success lies. Whatever controls your attention and whatever controls your focus is going to control how much you're going to achieve. So here we teach you during the breaks, we talk about how to improve your focus, how to improve your memory. That's your ability to store information and your ability to retrieve information at the right time also. So stay tuned, put your chat in the chat box and we'll talk about it during the break time. And before then, remember that we have 15 minutes of deep work, and during the deep work we deal with the work that brought us to the table. So we encourage you to reduce every distraction, things that will take your mind off the main work. So just let your mind know that yes, you'll be getting a rest after 15 minutes and you see yourself doing better, because human mind is trained to be so. It is designed to work that way, to work in short sprints, to work in short breaks. So after the deep work, then you give your mind the time to relax, the time to reason, the time to digest and process the information that you've been seeing. So remember that that is how it will work today. So we have these 6 hours. It's not just 6 hours of straight work. It's 6 hours of that is divided into 2. That means we are going to be getting 5 hours of work and 1 hour of break, but we are not taking it at the same time. So we do it in every 1 hour. We complete 15 minutes of deep work, then we complete 10 minutes of mindful break. And remember that during your mindful break, you're expected to take a break from the work. Your break is very important. Your break is a way to relax. It's a way for you to renew your energy. It's a way for you to improve your focus. When you rest, your body will regain energy and your mind is going to regain clarity. So that is how important your rest is. So within every 1 hour, we'll be taking rest for 10 minutes and we'll be taking the deep work for 15 minutes. So join us and bring along the things that you want to work on today. Is a quiet space, no music. The music you'll be hearing are those natural music, maybe people walking around, or maybe you hear the sound of bird. It's no longer raining now. If it rains, you hear it, but it's winter, so it's a little bit windy and cold. So that is just how it is. So this space is going to be quiet. It's a space for you to work. It's a space for you to dedicate your time to what you want to achieve. And I would advise you to bring 3 things at most that you want to achieve today. Don't bring more than 3, because it gets overwhelming when it's more than 3 for a whole day. So bring 3 priority tasks, things that you want to achieve, things that are urgent and important. Make them your priority. So bring them to the table and let's see how much you achieve. For each 1 hour, just let us know your progress. Okay, I'm progressing. I've completed 1 task. I've completed 2. Okay, I'm done with the 3. Okay, I'm doing with the ones that I didn't plan, and put in the chat. If you're a student, maybe you want to ask questions on how to improve your studies, how to improve your grade, how to improve your ability to retain information, how to improve your ability to recall information. That's retaining, is the storage of information, and to retrieve is for you to be able to bring it out when you are asked at the right time and efficiently. And you also ask questions on how to read if you want to. Those things that can help you improve your grade, those things that can help you improve yourself, to learn skills, to learn so many other things. So ask questions. And you can also ask questions just on schools, on how to get whatever you want. Once it's related to studies, I'm here to answer your questions, and there may be other people that will put it in the chat. So when you just put it in the chat, you might receive a lot of advice, and it's advisable for you to ask questions, because the word is never bad till it's out. So it's never too good till it's out. You need to just say it. You need to write it down and see if you are going to get solution to your problem. That is what we do here, and we do that during break. And today we are starting very early. So we start 5 minutes after 10, after the introduction. Then we have the first break at 10:50. Then from 10:50, if there are things in the chat that we can talk about, we talk about it. If there isn't any, then I'll be talking about how to improve your productivity, how to get the results that you need this year. Because so many people, they've made their plans, but many will end up not achieving up to half of it. It's not because they are lazy, but there are some factors, things that you need to consider, things that you need to put in place for you to make progress. So we are going to be talking about those things during the break time. And the next break after the 10:50 will be happening at 11:50. Then we go on another break, 12:50, another break, 1:50, 2:50, and 3:50 will be the last one. So make sure that you ask questions. If you are struggling with your academics, you are struggling with writing, you are struggling with your publications, whatever your struggle is around academics, just ask questions. And you might be surprised. I'm always here on Wednesdays and Thursdays. That is when I'm live here. Every other time I'm at work. So here, ask your questions and make sure that you are kind with words. Don't just bully others with your words. No, it's not accepted in this space. So in this space, you must be kind with words, because we are not seeing you. We are not going to receive anything from you, but your word can either heal or cause harm or maybe be distracting. So make sure that your word is kind enough for the community we are in, because so many people are already facing a lot. They don't want more from this space. So in this space, talk to us nicely, ask questions, and we don't want to know. Most times in this space, people use their code names, so people are not going to really know. Okay, you are struggling, but it's not something bad. If you are struggling in school, we all did. So you can ask questions. That your 5 years, that your 4 years shouldn't be in vain. It should be a time of building. It should be a time that you acquire the right knowledge and the right skill to survive your life. So ask questions. Where can I get grants? Is there any support for this kind of things? Just ask questions. So we are starting now because it's 10:05, like I said. The next break will be 10:50, and during that 10:50, I will check the chat to see if there are questions on what I talked about, so we can discuss that. So let's see how much you achieve in these 45 minutes. I wish you all the best in your work today, in your studies. So it's our break time now. You're welcome to go for your break. You can go for a walk, a stretch, meditation, anything that helps you relax. You have 10 minutes. You can even put your head just down on the table and have a short nap. That's power nap. It's very helpful. So maybe if you still want to chat, you can put in the chat or you listen to the chat for me. It's a break time. So it's a time to relax, a time to stretch, and a time to chat. So I promise today that we'll be talking about the things that stop people from getting to their goal. You know, most times it's no longer that popular really. It used to be very popular. January, you hear people saying, oh, this is my new year resolution. I will achieve this. And most times, even though we are not saying it, you see that we have so much expectation for the year. We have so much we want to achieve within the year. There is so much title, so much certificates, so much wealth, so much things, good health, that we want to achieve in the year. And you see people talking about it in January. Oh, I'm going to stop doing this. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to achieve this. By the end of this year, I should have this. I should. So there are a lot of things that we want to achieve. But this comes every year. Have you asked yourself how many of those things that I said in January did I achieve? And if I did achieve it, what helped me achieve it? Or what hindered me from achieving it? These are the questions that we should ask ourselves every time. We should ask ourselves why people don't achieve what they set out to achieve. There are so many reasons, and one of it is that most times we state very vague goals and objectives, things that are not measurable, things that you don't even know the beginning and the end of it, things that you don't know when to say, okay, this is complete, or this is, should I say, we don't talk about perfect because nothing is ever perfect. Until the end of it, the end might be perfect because that is how it ended. But the thing is that since you are still living and walking around, we are looking at completeness, we are looking at success. So every step you took forward, every move is you progressing. So we are looking at progress, we are looking at success, we are looking at complete. So do you know what complete looks like? And that's your case, in what you want to achieve, and that's your new year resolution. Those things that you said, some people will say, let me just take this, let me take examples of things that I've heard. Some people say, oh, this year I'm going to be living healthy. Some will say, oh, this year I will achieve great wealth. Some will say, okay, this year I'm going to succeed. This year I'm going to get married. This year, okay, I'm preparing to have a baby. There are so many things that they set out to do. You can, if you listen closely to what I've been, the list I was bringing out now, you see that many of them are not measurable. If you say you want to live healthy, so how do you know that this is healthy, or what will you do to say, okay, this is healthy? So you need to go further and ask questions like why. Why do I need to be healthy? That will help it to be measurable. Why do I need to get a new job? Why do I need? So those things are the things that will keep you going, because most times we make these decisions, we make these promises. It's a promise that we make to ourselves that we think we should be accountable. We should be accountable for. We should hold it and say, okay, this is what I promise. I should bring it to pass. You put your energy, your focus, and everything to it. But at the end, you see it's not working the way it is. Have you asked yourself, why do I need to do that? That is the question that many miss in between making this resolution, making these promises, and achieving it. They don't know why they should do that. Some people, so you see, this year I've been following a lot of people. I'm not going to do it this year. So why do you not need to do it this year? And some will say, oh, I need to eat healthy. Why do you need to eat healthy? You need to ask yourself this why. Because most times we make these promises based on, should I say, we are excited, we are very happy. We don't even have, we don't have any reason, but we think that it's a very beautiful thing to live healthy. It's a beautiful thing to achieve success. It's a beautiful thing to live better. But what does it really translate to when it comes to you? When it comes to you, what does it mean to live healthy? When it comes to you, what does it mean to be successful. I'm going to be successful this year. I'm going to complete my exams. I'm going to complete my studies. I'm going to complete the training. So that one is also manageable in a way. I'm going to be doing a training this year. I'm going to improve my knowledge. Those ones are things that you can't measure. And many a times, that is how we state our goals. Many a times it's so broad that we can't even say, okay, this is what we have achieved, or how far we have gone in achieving this. Is very difficult to measure. It's not measurable. Like I taught once, that was a few months ago, about how to set achievable goals, how to set your goals, because if you don't set it clearly, it will be hard for you to measure success, and then it will become overwhelming. So let's look at what is the purpose. You want to live better. You say, I want to live better, I want to succeed, and you did not ask yourself this question: why do I need to succeed? Why do I need to live better? You will see that the motivation that brought that promise, when it weighs down, in fact, you take your mind will go off it. Sometimes you might not even, I don't know how many of us remembers our New Year resolution by June. How many of us will remember it by July? How many of us will remember it once it's December? Yeah, by then we are preparing to make another one. We are now grappling with so many things, trying to manage so many things. So we need to be very specific. We need to ask why. Why do I need to do this? Okay, last year I didn't live better. Last year, okay, my grades in school were not that fantastic. Last year I did not produce enough paper. Last year I didn't get enough contracts. Okay, this year I'm going to be getting enough contracts. So you ask yourself, why do I need to get enough contracts? Why? Because this why is what will keep you going when the excitement ends. When the excitement of being in January ends, is that your why? Whatever the why is going to keep you going. It's what is going to sustain. Purpose sustain efforts when excitement disappears. When you have a purpose, you have a purpose why you want to live healthier. You have a purpose why you want to, should I say, marry. You have a purpose why you should produce so many papers this year, maybe 5 or 10 or 20 papers this year. You have a purpose. Why do you need to do this? And once you have that purpose, it drives you. It helps you to keep holding on, even when it is difficult. So we'll still be mentioning the things that we need to do. The next one we'll talk about is setting unrealistic expectation. And we'll talk a little about it then, maybe during the next break we finish. Setting unrealistic expectations. So many of us, we do that a lot. We don't even do it to only ourselves. We also set expectations that are unrealistic, even for the people around us. Oh, we thought they could be able to do this, they should do this, oh, they will be able to do that. You are not them. And you yourself, you are not omnipotent, you are not omniscient. There are things that are beyond your management. So you should try as much as possible to find those things within your, should I say, control, and then start control. You don't need to control things that you can't control. There are so many of us, when we set goals, there is no way it will succeed, because the way we set it is a straight way to failure. We tell ourselves, oh, by this year, I'm going to, okay, this year, they'll start listing, I will live healthy, I will do this, I will do that. And at the end, maybe they are going to be living healthy. Maybe, okay, they are going to be eating healthy, but they don't even have a job where they are going to get the money from to eat healthy. Now they don't know how to cook, so many things. So they will just keep dishing unrealistic things out. And some of us will even put things that are impossible, like saying, at the end of this year, I'm going to be writing 2 books, and okay, 2 creative big books published, and I will have scientific writing maybe like 15. I'm not saying some people might not be able to achieve it, but for me, I know it's impossible. 15 means for every month, I'm targeting like 1.5 or 2 in order to get it done. At the end, all through the checking and everything, then I'm talking about creative writing. That is almost impossible. So when you want to set your goal, you set your goal within your control, within your own ability, within your skill. You can't just tell me that, oh, that you will, by the end of this year, that you'll be able to be flying yourself around. You're not a pilot yet. You don't even know where to go and train. I don't say it's impossible, but you need to break it down in a way that it is manageable. So setting unrealistic goals is something that also help our goals not to succeed. It's already something that we are pursuing, is something that we are chasing. At the end, you make it unrealistic for yourself. You want to achieve the whole world. You have so much you want to achieve at the end. Because it's unrealistic, you won't be able to achieve it. So let's look at okay, this is 11 a.m. now. It's our deep work time again, a time for us to focus on the work that brought us to the table. Remember, if you are joining us now, you can just introduce yourself in the chat and let us know what you're working on. And if you have always been with us, this is a deep work hour, 50 minutes. So during these 50 minutes, I will encourage you to focus on your work. Put your mind to the work that brought you to the table. Then at the end of it, which is around 11:50, then we have the break. You can chat, walk around, do whatever that helps you to energize, helps you to stay clear in your mind. So that's very important. Remember that during this deep work hour, reduce distraction by reducing the chats and reducing the notifications. You can just put off notification for now. It's just 6 hours. And if you're using the system, we are using these Pomodoro techniques, you will see that it's less stressful to work. 6 hours, it just look like 2 hours because you're taking breaks in between. So let's see how much you can achieve before 11:50. So it's a break time once again, and it's a time for your mindful break. Please take your break serious and just relax. You can walk around, you can stretch, meditate, pray, maybe just do things that helps you relax. You can just put your head down and rest and take a power nap. That is how to rest. It's not a time for you to finish up what you couldn't finish during the work hour. It's not a time to take over time. It's not a time for you to finish what you could not finish. It's a time for you to regain your energy. It's a time for you to relax. It's a time for you to regain clarity. It's very important. So take your rest serious. Don't always be the type that thinks that working hard involves you not resting. No, resting is meant for the wise. Resting is meant for those that understand that it is part of being productive. If you understand the importance of rest, then you are going to succeed in life. Most times people think it's by putting in the hard work. Even in the Bible, uh, as if God knew that people won't rest. He said you should rest on the sixth day. After he has finished everything he was doing, on the seventh you should rest. So it's expected for you to rest. Rest is commanded because it is important, because it gives you the clarity you need. It helps you to renew your energy. So you work, you rest, you have your joy. You work, you rest, you have your joy. So those three must work together in sync and in balance for you to be productive. So if you are going to work today or you are already at work, please schedule your rest. I always ask, when do you think is the best time to rest? When do you think is the best time for you to relax? There is this adage that a man was fishing. So at the time he left there and went to the boat and was sleeping, a friend came and asked him, "What are you doing? Today, this is the season for you to make much money and there is a lot of fish." So, okay, after making the money, then what? Say, how you make the money? You make a lot of money, then you build house, you do this, you do that. So after that, then what? Then you rest. So, okay, that is just what I'm doing now. So the work can wait. If I rest, I will look better, I will think better and do better. So rest is meant for the wise. It's not meant for those that are weak. It's not meant for those that are lazy. It is meant for the wise. So take your rest serious. If you are at work now, make sure that you take short breaks in between job. That is going to help you to be efficient, because it's going to help you to assimilate more if you are learning. It is going to help you to gain the clarity if you need to make some judgments. It is going to help you to gain your energy back if you've been exhausted. So it's important that you take rest. Don't even wait till you're exhausted, because once you're exhausted or chronically stressed, you see yourself now, you are struggling to revive, you are struggling to recover. It's no longer, it's not, should I say, a good state to be in. So for you to be in the best state, you will need to rest, take short breaks in between time, in between jobs, in between your study. Those that are studying also, you need rest. If you keep studying endlessly without giving yourself the time to rest, your brain wouldn't have the time to process information. Your brain wouldn't have the time to store information. You see yourself, you're always just chucking everything. Let's just say you have a cup, you keep pouring. It's not going to get more fuller than it is already. But if you leave it, and like every other biological system, it digests and store, then you can get more. So it's important that you take the rest and rest very well. If you're in a place that they don't allow you to rest, I would advise you, if you're taking a new job, make sure that you let your first line manager know that yes, your rest is important, that you take your break serious. So when you are on break, they wouldn't be calling you to come and take over time. They wouldn't be calling you to come and finish up this or that. So they will understand that it's sacred to you for you to rest. And once you rest, you'll be able to achieve your aim. That is one ingredient that is missing in so many people's life, that they are struggling. They are putting in so much work, but they are not making headway. Is because they are not having enough rest. Rest is very, very important. It's something that you cannot belittle. It's something that you cannot just overlook. It's something that you can't do without. Even if you decide, so, okay, I'm going to be working on this adrenaline, you're on this pump that, things are going to go wrong if I don't do it. You can do it for a time, but if it continues for a very long time, you see yourself not being efficient, because that flight and fight hormone is going to, if you keep pumping, it's not healthy for you. So take time to rest. Take time off from work to rest. Take time off from that study and rest. If you're studying, make sure you sleep well, make sure you rest well. That is the only time you will succeed. So that ingredient that has been missing, I think I'm just letting you know, it's a secret that so many know, but they don't know it, because they think, oh, you rest when you finish everything that you already have to do. You rest because you have everything all set, you have everything all done. No, you rest because you are human. You rest because it is part of you being productive. You rest because it is commanded. You rest because you need it to succeed. You need it to gain clarity. You need it to be healthy. You need it to move forward in life. But if you're not resting and you're always working and working, yes, you might be the smartest, but I don't see any smart person that doesn't rest. So if you think you are smart, please try and take time to rest. You see, you do better. You might think you are producing enough now, but when you start taking your rest serious, you see that, yes, you'll be more, should I say, productive, and not just unintended rest, unplanned rest. No, you need to plan it, because once you start taking those lazy rests, you pick something, you drop, you don't even know, okay, how many minutes am I supposed to rest, or when is the rest time, then that's not it. You need to plan your rest. Before you start working, you need to plan it and say, okay, between this time and this time, I'm taking my rest, I'm taking a break, I'll be eating, I'm going to be drinking, I'm going to be resting. So you need to pick time. The time you rest is very important for you to be successful. So we were looking at the things that hinder people from achieving their goals, because there are so many things that people do and they think, I'm going to achieve this and that. At the end of the year, they see that no, they didn't even go halfway through what they wanted to achieve. That is just how it works with some. So if you are that person that used to put out promises every new year, you say, okay, I'm going to be achieving this, I'm going to be getting that. At the end of it, you see that no, you did not achieve anything. Then it's time for you to rethink it. What am I not doing right? What am I doing right? What helped me to succeed? What didn't help? Like, we are talking about making your plans and your goal very vague. Is open-ended. Is something that you don't even know what success looks like. You don't know what complete or progress in that case looks like. So you need to ask yourself that very important question: why? So this is what you want to achieve. You want to live better. You want to be rich. You want to write more papers. You want to write more books. You want to pass your exams. That's how we normally put it. I'm going to pass very well this year. But those are not measurable. So you don't just leave it vague. You need to make it very specific. You need to say, okay, I want to make, for every paper I'm writing, I will make an A, and you should be very specific what category of, okay, I'm going to be getting 90 or 90 and above, I'm going to be getting 80, I'm targeting 100. So you put a measurement to it, so you know what complete looks like. So once you see the complete, then you know it's done. So you don't make it vague, you should make it tangible, you should make it measurable. So if you have made your New Year resolution, I want you to question it and ask yourself, why do I need this? Why do I need to do this? Why do I need to achieve this? Why do I need this thing that I'm targeting? So if you're able to answer that why, then you will go further. Do you know why? Because when motivation, that's the excitement of having the new year, you have a whole year before you. When it goes down, it is that purpose that will keep you going. It's the purpose that will help you to stick when it's easier for you to just give up. So it's going to help you to ask the why. What is it that I want? You have told yourself this is what you want, and why do I need it? Maybe because you wanted to gain promotion. Okay, then you have to hold on to it because you know that this promotion is important to you. Okay, because you want to do this and you want to achieve that because in your family the people are not like this. That is the purpose that will keep you going when that excitement goes down. So you need to ask why. Query every of those goals, every of those objectives, query them and make sure that you know why you are doing it. And again, you don't just set goals and make it open, it's non-achievable things that you can't achieve. It just like say, no, I'm going to be counting the sand. It's not achievable. You know you can't do it. So there are so many things that we do, like saying, I'm going to be living well. You don't even know what the well is, and you don't know the end of it. You don't is very, should I say, is very porous. It's something that is not achievable in a way. You live well, baby. When you see another kind of well, you want that kind of well. So you need to be very specific. You know, some people will say, I want to pass well. By the time they were saying this, they were getting E out of 5 grades. So they have the E, you know, the grades in school. Maybe they were in F or E. Now they are seeing themselves in C. Is an improvement. But because the goal wasn't to get a C or A or B or whatever, they just wanted to pass well. Now they are seeing people that on A, they will start being sorrowful. Oh, I'm not making progress. No, you made progress, but you did not specify what you wanted. So it's very important for us to be specific and not make it vague. It is important for us to also state manageable, achievable goals. It's very important. So we are back to our deep work hour. This is 12 noon. This is midday. So if you are working with us, it's time for you to come back to work and join us. And let's see how much we are going to achieve in 15 minutes. Remember that once it's 12:50, we are here again for the break time. Put in the chat what you want us to talk about. If there are questions that you want to ask, then put it there. Please remember to be kind with your words. It's very important to us because kindness is what we want. So it's our break time is another time for us to rest, another time for us to chat, and a time for us to stretch. Maybe you have water, you can drink it, so you can enjoy yourself and relax a little, just 10 minutes from every 1 hour. So you have 1 hour. In this 1 hour, you work for 15 minutes, then you take 10 minutes break. Fair. So, and that is going to help you to renew your energy. That is going to help you to refocus, to improve your clarity. So, if you have anything you're asking us, so let's check the chat. Go and check. There isn't anything. So, I'm inviting you, and if you are here, you can help us tap and invite people, especially during the break, so they understand what we are doing. It's very important. Many are asking, what is it that you normally do? When I pass there, you are very quiet, and it seems you are even walking. Yeah, I'm walking. That is how it works. Most times we walk, but why are we not very proud of showing people that yes, we are walking? It's only when we are talking and people go to where they talk, it's okay. I'm inviting you to a place that we walk together, a place that we chat meaningfully, a place that we are very respectful to others. So here you get good vibe, guided focus, and mindful breaks. So that's one of the main things that will help you through this year to achieve your goal. That is to be focused, to get time, should I say, a simple routine that works. A simple routine that will sustain that your goal that you want to achieve is very important. So let's look at, we still go through, I'm still trying to, let me see if I could get people and share this live. Yeah, that I haven't done before. So let me do, see if that works. Oh, because I'm using the laptop, that's difficult, yeah. Because sharing it within that community. So let's talk about the things that hinder our goals from being achieved. Like, we have so many resolutions this January, and we have so much dreams for this year, and we pray that yes, we'll be there at the end of the year, and we will not only be counted as those that are living, but also the achievers. That is the aim and prayer of so many, that at the end of the year, by the time they say, oh, 2026 is coming to an end, you want to be among those that are still here and achieving and making impact, and putting your marks on the stone and on the land. That's how we want to live. But most times what we see is that at the end of the year, most of those things that we plan to achieve, we did not. We are still struggling, or we've even forgotten that yes, we were aiming to achieve that, and we make it our next goal, so it keeps repeating. So why is it failing? Why are we not getting it right? So the first thing we looked at is now setting goals that are vague, things that you can't tell the success, you can't tell if it is complete, you can't tell if it is successful, or if you've made a progress. So you need to make your goal in a way that you know the reason why, so you know what motivates you and why you are doing it. You should know when it ends. You should know when you have succeeded. Like saying, I want to have at least 5 papers this year. So when you say that, now you need to be realistic. Where is it? Conference papers? Is it journal papers? Is it whatever? You need to be very specific, whatever you want to achieve. And again, you should make your goal realistic. You should make that your expectation realistic. We have so much expectation, things that we can't even achieve if we are given 3 lifetimes, and that is what we want to achieve in 1 year, and we know already that is not possible. And many people, they want this fast, should I say, fast results. They want to achieve it now. Anything that is going to linger, they don't want to be part of it. Anything that takes 5 years, anything that takes 3 years, they don't want to be part of it. And maybe they are choosing a study. They are not choosing that study based on the relevance or what they want to achieve. They are choosing it based on the time they just want to answer a graduate, or they want to just get out of that space. Yeah, and that is it. So they don't want to be part of something that lingers. And remember that good success comes slowly. That is how it works. It comes slowly. Most good success, they are gradual things. You don't just wake up in the morning. I know it happens for some. Yeah, maybe when they win the lottery, when they win whatever pool, those games that they some people will go and lose theirs, and some will achieve theirs. Just like poverty can come a day, just within 1 minute, and the person is reduced to nothing. Maybe a few people, there might be 200 million people that contributed to that, and that one person is taking home. So that person is the lucky person. But we know that most successes, they come gradually. It follows a gradual process. If you are learning a trade, you are learning a skill, it takes time. So you will need to make out that time that you need to train that skill, to train that whatever training you are going through. You need time. So you don't be one of those people that went to do apprenticeship. They went to do their apprenticeship, they were just there. After 3 months, they have opened a bank account where they are putting their master's money. Those things, they happen. And that is how people want to succeed. They just want to leave their village, they want to leave their home. By tomorrow, they are coming back to build houses, they are coming back to do this. No, that is not a success that endure. The success that endure, the success that you'll be proud of, they come gradually. I'm not against miracle. I'm not against, should I say, being lucky. But how many of us are lucky? And being lucky is also a skill, which means you should be prepared to pick up that opportunity. So you should prepare yourself, and it takes time to prepare. Another thing that makes us to fail in achieving our resolution, again, maybe when you want to do everything at once, you want to achieve everything at once, you have so much you are doing, and sometimes it can be overwhelming. And by the time you want to you want to cut down on this, you want to improve on that. Before you know it, there are too many things, and you are divided everywhere. The burnt out will set in, you quit, because focus is more than force. If you're only working by force, you want to put all the energy and you are dividing your energy everywhere and you don't have a focus, you are not going to achieve that. So try as much as possible to be focused this year. If you know those things that you want to achieve, put them on the table. Don't just say them, write them down. When you write them down, you'll be committed to check and maybe see how much progress you've made on each of them. So put them down, write it, and then follow it. There is another thing that will make you, maybe not you and every one of us, if we are not careful, that will not achieve that much that we stipulated this year. Or if you follow what we are talking about now, you see yourself achieving far more than you ever believe you could do. Because many people will be like, how do you do it? How do you do it? Is because you have a plan and you are clear. You are very, very sure of the purpose of what you are looking for. So you go for it. That is halfway done already. So another thing is when you have no system in place, you have good intention, and most of our resolution, they all come from good intention. We are motivated to do it. We want this, it comes from our mind. Yes, we want to live better, we want to eat better, we want to succeed, we want to have good grades, we want to marry, and it is always coming from a good place in our mind. But what system have you put in place to support that? If you don't have a system in place, you were just wishing and wishing. It's just like wishful thinking, which means it's not going to come true. You want to improve, should I say, your public engagements, and you haven't made any arrangements to meet people, to go out to talk. You haven't made arrangements for such training or to get such experience. It will end up dead on arrival. It's just that way. So you will need as much as possible that motivation as you need the structure in place. You will need the system in place, like routine, simple routine that works. You know, once you wake up, this is what you should do on Mondays. These are the things. There are some things in my own life that I've done for the past 7 years and more, routinely every day of the week, and it makes life easier. Simple routine can help you set things up. So the other interruptions that comes, you can just fit them in, but it tells you your direction. It will tell you, okay, how much you can achieve. It will even help you to measure your strength. So those simple routine, they are very important. So you put routine, habits. If it takes changing habits for you to achieve your goal, change that habit. If you are in the habit of eating out every day and buying from every shop and you want to eat healthy, then something is wrong. You need to change some habits. There are some habits you need to put in place for you to achieve your aim. You can't be doing the same thing and expect a different result. It's only somebody that is not correct up there that does that. So if you are doing the same thing, expect the same result. That is how machine works. But if you want to change things, you need to do some things differently. So if you haven't been focusing, if you haven't been putting in your best, there are some things you need to change for you to achieve your aim, and it's very important. And okay, we've come to the end of this break time. This is our deep work. Our deep work time again is 50 minutes of deep work, and then we return to the break time where we'll chat. Put in the chat what you want us to talk about. Just, you can tell us what you've been working on. You can tell us what you're struggling with when it comes to work and studies. We just discuss that. You can also just say hi. That is okay. And we'll talk about that during the break time. So we are about starting now. I want you to return back to your table and start up with whatever you are working on and work on it and concentrate and put your focus on it. Reduce every distraction for the next 15 minutes. Yeah, so it's our break time again. This is 1:50. So we spend another 15 minutes walking. It's time for you to stretch, to walk around, drink water if you have to. If you want to drink water or whatever healthy snacks that you have, you can just go for it. Or if you have anything to ask us questions, you can just ask questions and yeah, it's like going. Let me get this. Yeah. Okay. Here are we. Yeah, it's break time, so relax and enjoy your break. You can walk around, you can do some puzzles for me. You can do puzzles, you can do some activities that helps you think, things that motivate you to think. They are very important in exercising your mind. So let's just look at the things that might hinder you from achieving the things that you have planned to achieve this year. I hope you have big dreams, and I hope you have system in place to make it to come to pass, because it's not all about just dreaming. It's not all about making the wishes. The older they say that if wishes were uh, gold, if they were horses, then beggars will also ride, because everyone has a wish. But the difference is, do you have a system in place that can support it? Do you have a system, a routine, should I say, do you have something in place that can sustain that your dream, that can sustain your motivation? Motivation is very good. It can start things. You're motivated to start this. There are so many people that started building, that started marrying, that started giving birth, that started, but they couldn't finish it because they were just motivated, but they did not have a strong system in place to bring it to completion. So you need a system, you need simple routines, you will need a change of behavior, a change of attitude. You will need to learn more if that is what it takes. And that brings us to another point. Another thing that makes people not to even achieve it is the fear of discomfort. They don't want to leave their comfort zone. They don't want to leave what they already know. They don't want to try new things. And if you're not trying new things, definitely you'll be stuck at a place. And we know that the only thing that is constant on earth is change itself. So you need to change, you need to do some certain things that you're not comfortable doing, like reading. If you have, maybe it has been a long time that you left school, and you know that yes, for you to get what you want, you will need to read more, you need to take exams, then you need to get up, you need to start again and be serious about it. That is how it works. So the fear of discomfort, the fear of people judging you, saying, "Oh, I thought they said you were so brilliant. So what happened now?" Has stopped so many people from achieving their aim. So don't be one of them. Change is required for you to make progress. So you need that change. You need discipline. You need the sacrifice. You need the patience. The patience. Many will quit because it is inconvenient. Many will quit because it's uncomfortable. Many will quit because it wasn't flowing as they thought it should be, because in their mind what they already know when they start is easier for them to do. But this now, they put a lot of effort and it's not giving them the same results. But the truth of the matter is that it takes time, gradually, and when you get to it, when you get used to it, you see it working out better and more efficient. So don't be afraid of the discomfort. Don't be afraid of taking an exam. Don't be afraid of going back to read. Don't be afraid of going up to that receptionist to make inquiries. Do you people take, do you need more staff? Are you employing? Or please, can you let me know when you're employing? Don't just stop because you think it's uncomfortable, because you think it's inconvenient. No, you need to try. You need to change some things, and that is discomforting. So you have to make up your mind that yes, no matter how discomforting it is, no matter how inconvenient it is, I'm going to try something new. So and you need to change so many things, so many habits, put some structures in place to support your motivation, then you know you achieve it. If you say, I'm going to be writing, I'm going to be finishing my studies, I'm going to be doing this, and you don't have any timetable, you don't have any plan in place to say, okay, within this month, this is what I'm going to be achieving, the next month, this is what I'm going to be achieving, okay, in the next 1 year, this is what I want to complete. If you don't have such thing in place, you see yourself sleeping and waking up every day. By the time you know it, it's already 1 year gone, and maybe that's it, and you didn't achieve it. And if you try that after 1 year, 2 years, that is how you see people drop out from school, drop out from their studies, from their training. It is because they did not have a strong structure and a strong system in place to support them through it. They didn't make enough plans. They didn't make, should I say, appropriate plans for their dreams, for their goals, for whatever they wanted to achieve. So it's good that you make plans. You need to have those structures. If you're going to be passing, if you're going to be learning, you need to put structures in place. And so, okay, within every, I can still remember during our masters, they said, I think that should be every week or so, we had to complete 100 and 150 credit unit or so, which means you should spend at least like 150 hours of studies. And it's not too much, but if you're not used to it, then it will be overwhelming. But it's not too much, and you will need to put that average for you to succeed. So you need to schedule time, you need to cut down on some certain things, those things that makes you really happy. There are some of them that are not very important. They might be making you happy, you are scrolling, you see this when you watch, you laugh. I didn't say you shouldn't enjoy your happiness, but there should be a balance. It should be a balance. So you need to have that structure in place in order to achieve what you want to achieve this year. Another thing is negative self-talk. If you are the type that you always tell yourself, oh, you can't do it. I don't know what you faced before. So many of us, we faced a lot of troubles, maybe rejections, maybe failures when you write and you think, oh, I did well. At the end, you didn't see anything out of it. Or maybe you are one of the unlucky ones and you keep getting unlucky. After your interview, they will tell you, "Oh, we saw somebody." Some of those interviews don't just go hitting your head on the wall. Some of them are already advertised and they have a candidate in mind. I'm not saying that merit doesn't work. It works. So you have to put in your best. You have to be absolutely the best in whatever you are doing in order to beat such notions and such mechanisms that we are humans. It will always exist. Relationship is very strong, but you need to be the best of the best. So you need to prepare yourself for those things. So remove the negative talk. If you have been failing, doesn't mean that you will fail. If you have been penniless, doesn't mean that you die poor. If you have been the one struggling with health, doesn't mean that you won't get better. So if you are the type that talk down on yourself, you need to start should I say, encouraging yourself. Encourage yourself, tell yourself you can do it. Those that are doing it, they have the same body structure, the same one head, two legs, just like you, and you can do it. All you have to do is to change some certain things that you are doing, some certain habits, and put some other things in place, and you see things succeeding. It's very important that you always tell yourself that yes, you can do it. Don't be the person that will sabotage your own progress. Another thing is a lack of accountability. When no one knows your goal, it is easy for you to walk quietly away from it. It's easy when you don't tell people, okay, this is what you want to achieve, or they see you every morning. You don't need to account to it. You don't need to give account to anybody. So you can just walk away from that. Maybe you've made this resolution already and you told yourself, I will stop smoking, I will stop this, I will stop that at the end, because nobody was there when you promised. You can just walk away from it and start doing another thing. So accountability will help you. If you have somebody that can hold you accountable, so you told me that by February you should be sending this book out. So have you done that? If you remember that somebody is going to ask, maybe you join this group and you put it as, okay, we'll be doing this. And when we remind you, that is going to really keep you on your toes to help you push forward. So we've come to the end of this section and it's time for our deep work again. And so let's see how much we can achieve within these 50 minutes, and put your mind to it. Reduce every distraction, everything that takes your mind and your focus off the main work. So let's do it now and tell your brain that in the next 50 minutes you'll be getting another 10 minutes break, and it works better that way. So let's see how much we achieve in 50 minutes. So it's break time, and yeah, it's time to stretch. If you've been sitting, so it's time for you to stretch, walk around, and see and improve your blood circulation. That is very important. So it has been a good time well spent. This is 2:50 now. So we are entering the last break. That should be like 3:50 by the next one. Yeah. So we spent almost 5 hours. That's 4 hours and 50 minutes. That's really job well done, and it has been going on well. So if you've been joining us, if you have been here, you will see that it's less stressful when you take small breaks, short breaks in between. So it's something that you should practice more, to take short breaks in between. When you take this short break, then you go back to work, you see yourself being more efficient. So it's really important that you rest. And I don't know how many of us have rested or how many of us think, okay, yeah. So yeah, so if there is any question, you can put it in the chat. We'll talk about that. But if there isn't, then we continue with our topic. We are talking about the things that stop people from getting their work done, getting their goals, their intention, let me just say their resolution achieved. So there are things that you might be motivated, you think, oh, I can do it. But at the middle of the year, you see, oh, you've already forgotten what you were doing. You didn't even know when you left the goalpost. You didn't even know when you left the objective you were trying to achieve. So that is how it works. So it's good that you put structure in place, that you are very clear about what you want and you know why you want it and what you want. Then you should also put your structures, change habits, then it's expected that it will be discomforting if you're trying new things. So you don't avoid it because it's not convenient. You don't avoid changing the habit or changing some structures because it's no longer as it used to be. So that's something you should expect. You should expect that there will be discomfort, that is not going to be very comfortable changing, because you don't expect to get a different answer if you're using the same strategy all the time. So if you have been failing to achieve your aim, failing to achieve the resolution you made each year, it's time that you look at it and see what worked and what didn't work, and try to change some certain things, some habits that you have been doing, some things that you put in place, routines. Try to change things around and see if it works. Then there are other things that are also a hindrance, like comparing yourself to others. You know, you don't always have the same goal, you don't always have the same end. Even people that were born the same day don't leave the world the same day. It's not a must. So there are differences in life, and your destination is quite different from another person's destination. That person might be running to reach fast, and this other person is trying to look around to enjoy the scenario, to enjoy the environment, to enjoy the little talks. Those are different, and those are different goals. Those are different things to achieve. So you don't compare yourself to others. Don't even do it, because it's going to make you not to see your own success. It's going to make you to change your own course, your own way of life, because you want to be like the others. That is not original. You need to be yourself. So see yourself. When you see others that they are succeeding more than you, it can be discouraging. I must tell you, maybe you see some of the people you taught, now they are professors. Some of the people that you helped in school, they have become something that you're not. So you keep seeing. I will tell you to count your blessings, count the things that you have others don't have. I want you to dig deep and look inside and see the things that you're enjoying that so many people are not enjoying. There are so many people you are above, and there are some that will be above you. That is just how it works in life. And those that are above you in one aspect might not necessarily be above you in every aspect. So the comparison doesn't help. rather it will bring self-doubt, it will bring discouragement. So don't compare. Make sure that your today is better than your yesterday, and your tomorrow is better than today. That is how you should measure it. It's not by what others are doing or what they are achieving. It should be what you did yesterday, what you were, and what you are now. What you did yesterday and what you are doing now. What you've achieved yesterday or last year to what you have now. So that is how it should have been. It's not like um, James achieved that and John didn't achieve that, and stay here. That can be discouraging. It will even bring self-doubt that will demotivate you from doing so many things. So don't compare. You have a different destination from them. You have a different goal. You have a different lifestyle. You're a different person. Even to your DNA, you're different from every other person. So it's something that we should learn to check our today, our tomorrow, check our own progress, not with other people's progress. I didn't say you shouldn't see. You can look at them to say, okay, this is the archetype, this is the stereotype, this is what they do to keep going. So it's not bad that you learn from them, but comparing that they have achieved this and you haven't, that will discourage you. That is going to bring self-doubt. Another thing that will make people not to achieve their goal, their set goal this year, or their resolution, will be unexpected setbacks. There are things that you didn't plan, maybe like people falling sick, maybe delays, maybe failures, responsibilities, so many things that can stop you from going forward. Those are the things that you can't control. So you can do things that will help you control what you can control, like eating well, like sleeping well, so you be healthy, you don't fall sick. That is something you can do. But there are some other things like natural disasters and the rest of them. Those are the things you can't control, like maybe how others judge your presentation. Most of these things are subjective, but that shouldn't bring you down. Unexpected setbacks, take them like a learning curve. Take them like a step to move forward. It might not look glorious now, but you already know what failed. You already know what did not work. So you move forward from that. And another thing is that if you don't celebrate your little wins, that is not the best for you. So try as much as possible to celebrate little wins. Every little thing that you achieve, be happy. Every little thing, every little progress that you made, be happy. Every little congratulation that you had, be happy. It's something that I've learned to celebrate. Were you able to finish maybe writing one paragraph? Celebrate it. Be happy with it. And if you were able to sit, maybe you haven't been sitting for a very long time, you were able to sit for like 50 minutes and you read, and yes, celebrate it. Every little. It mustn't be till you get your PhD. It mustn't be till you finish your master's, the time they will call you and you stand up. That's the only time you celebrate. No, celebrate every little win. And when you celebrate small victory, it will build momentum. It will help you to move forward, to prepare you to do more. So celebrate as many victories. Each day you went out and you came back safely, celebrate it. Make sure you eat very well. At the end of the week, you did very well. You did not fall into anything that you did not plan. Then you can go treat yourself to a very nice cup of tea out there and maybe a piece of cake and all those. So celebrate every little win. That is going to motivate you to do more. It will give you the momentum to prepare forward. So it's important that you prepare, and don't make your goal vague. Don't make your goal don't make goals that don't state goals that are not achievable, things that are not realistic, things that even when you're listening to it, you don't know the end and the beginning of it. You say, I want to be successful, and that is not measurable. That you were able to stand, you drove and you came back, you're successful that day. So you need to be very specific what you want to achieve this year. You need to make it measurable. You should stop comparing yourself to others. Stop looking at how they are progressing. Look at how much you've added to what you already know. Look at what has changed and expect little discomfort. Expect it, because if you have to make changes, it's never easy. It's never easy. No matter, when you ask some people, they will say, oh, I thrive in change. Nobody thrive in change that much, because you will find it challenging first before you get used to it. So those that are trying out those challenges is something that we should do often, so as to improve. Just expect it. And once you're expecting it, it will be easier on you than if you did not expect it. You were thinking it's going to be bed of roses. But remember, roses, they also have thorns. So we are back to our work time. Is our last section for the day and for the week, really. So at this last session, at the end of it, maybe we'll sing, maybe we'll just relax and chat at the end of it, which will be happening around 4 p.m. So if you're a student, please, university students and researchers, you can join me here and let's discuss studies. Let's discuss how to improve our grade, how to improve our score, how to get our work published, how to improve our focus, even in this age that people are all, your attention is all over, people are calling you from everywhere, connection is everywhere, and which is very distracting. So let's talk about those things and join me. If you're struggling to improve your grade, you can ask questions. That is something that is doable. You can do it. It's not rocket science. You just need to use the right strategy and you study well and you improve yourself and improve your grade. So let's see how much you achieve in this last section. And that's from now till 4 p.m. Then we'll chat, dance, maybe relax. muted all this while, so I'll be saying it again. Let me just read through this once again, and that ends it. So I was talking about people that God has called to ease, to rest. He called everybody that has been burdened. He said, all you that are laboring and you are heavy laden, so you should come and rest. He's offering rest. He's offering ease. So you don't need to go all the way. You don't need to struggle all the way to have this rest. He's giving you this rest not because you deserve it. It's because you need it. He's promising this rest not because you merit it, or maybe you have worked enough, or maybe you have served him enough. Is because he knows that your strength is limited and you will need this rest. That is why he's offering rest. So whatever burden, whatever feels hard and difficult at this point in time, I want you to remember that Matthew 11:28 that says, come unto me, all you who are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. So no matter how weary you are, God is promising rest. I know that many of us will struggle so much that we no longer understand rest. Even when things come, should I say easily, you'll be thinking, is it true? Can this ever happen? Because you know where you are coming from. But I want to encourage you to also take God's rest as he has promised. He has promised it and he's going to fulfill it. So he's inviting you into ease. And I want you to look at your life and ask yourself, which aspect of my life feel heavy right now, or which part of my life do I think is too tired? What is it that if it is taken off me now, then I'll feel lighter? What is it that is happening in my life that is too difficult? I think is going to confuse or maybe consume me, or maybe make me unable to achieve my end. So what are those things? You need to write them down. I want you to do the reflection. Just think about it. Those things that if they ask you now, what do you really need to be at ease, to be lighter, to walk lighter? You say, okay, once I'm able to pass this, once I'm healed. So I need you to mention and write down those things that you think that this is what is giving you the sleepless night. This is the heavy burden. This is the most difficult aspect. This is where your life is looking tired. This is where it is feeling heavy. This is what I think once it's taken off me, I'll feel better. You need to name it. You need to call it by name. If it is delay, you call it by name. If it is limitation, maybe lack of money or whatever, you call it by name. So once you call it by name, I want you to write down those things and pen it down. So I want you to pray and say, Lord, today I bring you the part of me that I exhausted. Help me to believe that rest is not weakness and ease is not a luxury. It is your gift. Lift what I cannot lift, carry what I cannot carry. Amen. So I want you to declare as you walk around today that yes, you are walking, you're stepping out of that life that feels heavy into a life that feels lighter. That is, then you operationalize it. Just walk around and believe that yes, that ease is something that you can have, that getting things without too much struggle is something that you can enjoy. Because if you have been in a survival mode for a very long time, living an easy life is something that you'll be very suspicious of, but it's something that is doable, it's something that we can all do. So we've come to the end of today's workspace and study time. So it has been 12 hours since yesterday. We did 6 hours yesterday and we did 6 hours today. We started 10 and now this is another 4 p.m., meaning that today we've completed the 6 hours, and we've been talking about how to get your goals this year, how not to miss it, how to get those results that you had earlier this year going until the end of the year and you will achieve much, which I said earlier that you need to improve your focus, you need to improve your memory, you need to improve your health, but importantly, you need to state your goals in measurable terms. You don't keep it vague. You don't just say, I will succeed, I'm going to buy more house or whatever. Those are, even a budget can be a house, but you need to be very specific what you want. You don't make it vague, and don't compare yourself with others. No matter what you're going through, you are still who you are. And remember that your experience is what makes you what you are. Your experience, whatever it is not completely bad. Every experience of a living person is a story of that person. So whatever you are passing through, know that that is a story being written. So make sure that it's written beautifully, that when you look back at that story, you know that yes, you fought a good fight, that you did your best. And that is what you ought to do from now on. So I want you to take your stories serious. Everything happening in your life, they are part of who you are. The experiences you have, good, bad, they are part of the stories that you will tell in life. They are part of your experience. They are part of you. They are what makes you who you are. So they are not always bad. There are so many bad experiences that people had that led them into breakthrough, that they wrote about it, they talked about it, it showed them another way of life. So it's not always a bad thing to have experience. So whatever you experience, just trust that yes, God is able to give you ease, and that yes, because you are still alive today, that you have every opportunity to come out of it. And that makes it a story, like we called it. Because once you come out of it, then you can tell that story. You can tell the story of how you overcame, and the things that you couldn't even overcome. They were all stories. They are all stories, and they are beautiful. Make sure that when you look back, when you write that story, that it will be beautifully done. So thank you to everyone that has been here, those that supported one way or the other, your gifts, your chat, every support that you gave, and your presence. I mean, I really appreciate them. And next week we'll be here again by Wednesday and Thursday doing this. This is our workspace, and here you can ask questions. If you're a student, researchers, whatever you want to ask in that area, just come and ask general questions, really, because maybe if it's too specific to your own area of specialization, I might not know it. But if it is like how to write, how to hold the golden thread from the beginning of your tale to the end, then yeah, you are in the right place. You can ask questions, maybe how to organize your work, how to the softwares to use. Here you can ask those questions here. Thank you for being there. See you again next week.